April 18th, 2022, in the town hall upstairs. Thank you everybody for coming. Well, good to see some spaces here. Alan, haven't seen you in a while. Okay, adopt the agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Bill mentioned in his email something about the Spurlock, and we have a couple of items that were distributed in advance of the meeting about the Spurlock Basin Dam and also the zoning and noise.
But that can't go on the agenda. It was came in after, so I have to go off this next week.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Right.
So we won't be discussing either of those items. But,
Right.
right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We have the, hello, Rich, how are you?
Good, you?
Great. We have the minutes of, April 4th, meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes as presented? If there are not, if there are no additions or corrections, somebody make a motion to accept the minutes of April 4th as presented.
So, second.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay. Now we got that over with. Okay, Dan, you're up.
So you have this truck bed there?
Maybe you want to come more over this side so we can pick that little nice leather chair there, Dan. You can roll around.
Kim's getting the truck bed and they can keep it up there. So this, the spec on the truck, it is exactly what we put out to bid on, have bid on. I think we're $30,000 shy of what we saved for the truck. We might be able to take and maybe not buy a plow to go with it this time around, wait a couple of years on that. We do it later on, that'll save some off from it. There's a few things we could take off from the truck, to bring the price down a little bit without having to rebid it. I went to ATG, who does all the work on our trucks, that's whatever we don't do in the shop, and had them give an estimate on just to do a brake job on the truck that we still have because it's never been done. For them to do the springs and brakes on that truck, and they already did one front wheel and spring on it already. They quoted a price a little over $9,000 just to do that. So I don't see how you can not trade it and get rid of it because the warranty is completely off. Pretty much as of now.
Well, the truth of the matter is whatever you put, if you held off for a year, any money you put into the truck will not get back.
Correct.
And the trade-in will be less. And the new truck will be more.
Correct.
I mean, that's how I look at it.
Yeah. That time.
As a member of the capital budget committee, I would recommend approving this bid based on what I've talked with Danny. And we actually have in the capital budget for equipment right now at the end of this coming year, we'll have $404,000. And this would be 175 going out plus 23 for the excavator. So that's where we would stand. And of course, going forward, we'll have to see how the other vehicles that we have in our plan in the future, what they're going to cost. But I think now is the time to get this one, and hopefully in a few years, we'll have a recession and maybe the prices will come down.
I think right now, after this vehicle, we have a 2-year cycle with nothing goes, right?
Yes,
Then it is like
that, and
2
then
months.
it's the big,
Right.
big enchilada, and then we can decide whether we can do the whole enchilada.
So with that said, Hardy, are you suggesting that we do the entirely equipped truck as it was originally bid? Or are you suggesting we need to?
I would defer to Danny on that, and if he feels we should, I would say do it, and if he feels we don't need to, I would.
I would like to see a motion on what was bid. So, because if you do it different than that, we'd have to rebid, which the price of the truck will automatically already go up. Because that bid includes a serial number on a truck that will be built. So as soon as you,
Yeah.
you know, have to put it up to a new bid, it'd be a different serial number, which already kicks in the new pricing. So we can take that bid, and I'm pretty sure they've let us do in the past, where we can back out of maybe the plow or something like that, to save a little money.
Will we lose our place in line if we have to redo the bid?
Yes. You would, the truck that we bid is on an old model, so it's a brand new truck, but it look just like the trucks that we have now, the 4700 SF models. They're pretty much, they're fading them out and they're making a new model, which is a 4700E. And so the prices will go up with all the new emissions and everything that them trucks. So they're kind of building, I would take it kind of like leftover trucks out of what they have. So we have the identical model that we already have. If you was on the bid, then you start all over basically. The reason they let us put a name on it is because it's nothing, this town truck is the same as every other town around. It's how they're all speccing them. So like he said, if you guys end up saying, no, he doesn't want it, it's not like he's got a truck being built, of course it hasn't even been started to be built yet, that he couldn't get rid of, because the next town will just take it. You know, most towns are only a couple truck colors difference that they're all running. And, so he just sell it to the next town that's waiting.
Someone want to make a motion or some sort here?
Have we seen the bid? What is the bid amount?
Well, the bid was from the last meeting.
I
It was,
know, we just opened the envelope, so I knew it was in it.
should be in the minutes, isn't it not?
There, John has it.
233,000, that's the trade. That was quarantine 11,000 change, right? The bid price is 175,000. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Well, maybe someone wanted to say it.
Well, we need a motion to. Yeah. Now that we do have a motion, we can still have discussion. Is there any more discussion?
This was in the capital plan. We have the money.
It's $30,000 over,
Right.
but we have the money,
Right.
yes.
Right. Unfortunately, I think you have to do it, right?
I think so.
Do we need the plow, Danny, or are you?
I'm willing to wait on the plow. The plow that is on Mike's truck, we were not letting it go because it's, was traded the last time out. So we were selling one of the older plows with it. If we have to wait a couple of years and see if the prices come down, that's what we're doing.
Is that your recommendation?
I would, the plows, I think the plow is roughly around $8,000.
So the bid, so the bid should then be changed so that it reflects the truck without the plow.
I won't change anything.
Oh,
We're just back out of it. As soon as if you change that. they
No,
will
I mean for
accept
the
it.
motion.
I would just leave it at that and we'll see how much they take out
Okay.
of the price. But that, I know, I'm pretty sure they'll let us take that out. I don't know the exact price of the plow.
Okay,
That and might be a few other things in there that we might be able to take out. They align the side of the bodies now, you know, stuff like that, but I don't know how much they're gonna deduct off of it.
okay.
That's good.
Any other discussion? Okay, so you have the bid there, so it reads that we will purchase the truck for 175,000.
Wendy's doing it, yeah. Wendy's got your minutes.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I guess you guys, Ken, you want to bid that, right? Do we have to sign this or anything, or the bill signs it, or how's the acceptance? There's no signature, right?
I don't think there is anything on
I
there.
think there is.
I don't see anything. I don't
I
see.
think once we call them and tell them that we awarded the bid to them, they will send out another packet where you would sign that.
Okay, all right. FEMA?
I know Katie ended up coming down today to meet with Michelle on this, some clarification on how the stockpiles were working during the flood stuff. I think Michelle said it all went really well,
Yep, she was there maybe
And-
20 minutes.
that she is ready to start submitting the projects, but Michelle told her we'd like to see some copies before she starts to submit that stuff. So I think even when she submits it, we still have the right to say yes or no or agree with her. But it's just easier if we agree before it's submitted in.
If she's gonna send a copy down to us so we can just go over it first before she submits it, right?
Yeah, I believe it might possibly be here already. It sounded like maybe tomorrow I was gonna have to look at it.
Yeah.
So I was gonna swing in tomorrow morning and see if it was here in the email. But that would be, I think, everything, all the projects that was done. So it's been a long wait, but it's not like one road at a time. It's gonna be everything that we spend all at once for the, FEMA part of it. The Fed aid part for 121 East and West. I know Michelle was scanning all that stuff for Bill today, so it could be sent to Megan.
She got it done.
Yeah, so that's all done and be sent out. That numbers all come out pretty close to what the estimates were.
Okay.
So I'll go on that, between FEMA and the Fed aid too.
We have an excess weight permit for P and L trucking.
Yep.
What we need is a motion to, accept that and have Bill sign it. So somebody will make that motion. Do we have a second?
Definitely.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Ben, you have anything else?
Yes.
Tell us about all
On
those.
the gravel, just wondering, are we putting gravel out to bid this year? Are we doing it the same way we have in the past? Just buy it from where we need it for the right price or in sand? Are we bidding that out this year or how are we doing it for that?
Can we still get sand at,
We will be the only town that gets sand if we decide to go there.
Okay.
The prices are still really good, being close. If we want it trucked in, it's $4.50 a yard. He deals with the trucks. We just pay him. Then add the sand, and he has got a little bit of gravel left, natural gravel in the pit that's left, to crush. And if, I'd like to be able to buy like 2,000 yards of it from someone to know before we put prices out there if we're going to bid or not on that stuff.
you need more than the 2,000 yards?
It's all we really have budget enough for. The budget will leave just a little bit left for, I usually carry a small amount through for mud season, hoping that's enough.
Is this at gravel the same price as last year?
It went up by, I think, 25 cents. So.
And
it's
sand,
still-
same thing?
Sand went up a little bit too. Even if it's 25 or 50 cents, but still
You're not gonna-
still cheaper than anywhere else on sand.
Yeah, you're not gonna get any cheaper anyplace else.
Yeah.
And the further you go, the more gas.
Um,
So do we need a motion or do you just need an okay?
No, as long as we're not putting it out to bid, then I know and not telling that I'll secure the 2,000 yards. And that would take, I think I based it on roughly 4,000 yards of sand to do it.
Okay, is everybody okay with that? Okay. What else, Ben?
So
And how are the dirt roads, are we covered yet?
Eastman has a few wet spots, but not too bad. That's pretty much the only one that's left that's got some good ruts in it. The rest of them are looking pretty good. We graded a lot, got a lot more to do. We started putting in some culverts, found out that there's still frost in the ground in places, only down 2 feet, it's still hitting frost. But we had a culvert up on Howell Road, going up to the state park that froze up and partially collapsed this winter, so we did that on Friday, Mike and David did. So that one's in, we started cutting trees on Hinkley Brook, where we did the corner. We're gonna hold off on culverts until we know the rest of the frost is out. So we're just ditching.
Maybe by June. Maybe by June.
Hopefully we don't get snow tonight, at the end of the week, most of it will be out.
Did you finish your cutting on Page Road?
No, when the mud season stopped, we stopped cutting out there. That is gonna have to be just worked in between projects throughout the summer now.
And so you still be doing some grading, right?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody have anything else for Danny? No, okay, thanks, Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
The next item is the Wyndham Foundation liquor license for the cheese shop. Who has the original?
I have the original. Everybody got a copy. This is a brand new second class, request. They've gone through the, DLC, Department of Liquor Control, filled out their application. They want to open up and sell, wines and liquors over at the Taste Good Cheese gift shop. So I got the original. It just requests the chairs of the select board. If you will, what we need is a motion for, you to agree to authorize them to get a second class liquor license.
Okay, so somebody want to make that motion?
So,
Oh, actually, it's not just the chair, I'm sorry, it's all.
No, it's all five.
Or all four, I believe, because I think Suzanne is marked on here as being, affiliated with them, so it should probably be the four.
Well, the question is
Select board
that
members.
Suzanne, she was told that there might be a conflict, and she said there is no conflict for the other liquor licenses. So I don't know if you,
If it's stated on here, then
I don't know if it is.
if it is stated
It
as
doesn't-
that I'm an affiliate, then I think that I.
no, but there is a language in here, it says, where's the language?
It's on page 3, it just states Suzanne's name is, do any of the
Yeah.
applicants hold an elected and appointed state? And if yes, please indicate.
Where are you
Well, I
seeing?
see it.
Top, kind of to the top of the third page.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So,
Oh, yeah.
they're also,
I read this before, so I don't know where. Oh, yeah, it is, right there, okay. Okay, so,
I think, Mr. Chair, just for the ease of the approvals and pointing on this application, I'll choose to recuse myself.
okay. So, all in favor of approving the license, say aye.
There was a motion, but no second, I didn't know second.
Oh, somebody seconded it, I
Oh, I'll
thought.
second.
Okay, Kathy seconded. So,
I understand.
you second?
No, she said, I need.
You made the motion, yeah, right. So all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, so we'll pass the original around and we'll sign that as we can do. The next item, and I would hope that we don't have a lot of discussion. The attorney has recommended that we approve this amendment to the lease for the school building. So this is the next item. So someone make a motion to accept the amendment of the lease.
So moved.
Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. We're gonna ask if we have any discussion, but it's really kind of straightforward. So if there is no discussion,
Excuse me, so what Bill requested, that a motion be made to approve the lease amendment
and have the chair sign.
and then adopt the amendment and authorize the chair to
Yeah,
sign.
right, yeah.
So
that's
adopt
fine.
and,
Yeah, so,
Can it be in the same motion? Yeah.
he made it sound like a motion to approve the lease amendment and a motion to adopt the amendment and authorize the chair.
right,
So I think the motion that I just made was to approve the amendment
Mhm.
Right, all you have to do is just say, to adopt, I guess. And have the chair sign, is that
Yes,
the only
that would
other?
be the next
Yeah,
motion.
okay, is that okay?
I think Ken just said that would be the second.
The
motion.
second
Oh, you want two
motion.
motions?
He wants two motions.
Oh, okay, so let's do the first one, that we approve the lease. All in favor? Say
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now the second one is,
To adopt it and then authorize you to sign it.
okay.
So
Somebody, somebody make that motion?
I move that.
Okay, Kathy, someone second?
I'll second.
All right, any other discussion? In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. You have the original one, right?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any changes, I just didn't take the one you gave me.
Yeah, I don't see that. Okay. No, Kathy, she's recused herself.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Give me a deal insurance, okay. You're on, Ken, you have anything?
I have a couple things. The first thing I want to just state that for the first time since I've been here in 17 years, we have no delinquent taxes listed. Thanks to Michelle.
That's
She's
amazing.
done an awesome job.
First time I've been here a long time, and I've never, ever seen this.
Zero balance for 1 month at least. Next payment is, final payment's due this May, so we'll see who's gonna fall in after that. Next tax payment is due May 16th rather than the 15th. 15th falls on a Sunday, so everybody is due by the 16th, no postmark anymore. After that, it's 8%. The other, and I don't know, I'd like a motion on this, even though it's under other. In the past, every year, when you file your income tax, your state income tax, you're supposed to apply also for an HS 122, declares homestead, and an HI 144, which gives you the rebate from the state. If you do not file on time as of April 15th, everybody is subject to a penalty. You can still get the rebate, but you get a penalty. Penalty goes to the town. Their standard is 8%. And that 8% will go to the town. Or the select board could choose to waive all penalties. So when we file our taxes, when we claim our taxes in July for everybody in the town, there is a box that I can check off that says to waive it or to leave it. So it's up to the board to make that decision and a motion whether you want to leave the penalty on or waive it for your taxpayers.
I think
We
somebody,
used to
A
waive,
view on this? Do you have a view on this?
we waived it in the past when the state was flip-flopping about how people should file, whether it should be on a yearly basis. Then they went, no, you don't have to file this year. So because of the confusion, and this was probably 6 or 7 years ago, we would waive. But now it's been across the board, April 15th, you need to do this. Yes, there's been probably 4 or 5 people, that have gotten caught in there. And in the past, the last 3 years, you guys have just said, just leave the penalty. So I have to do this every year and ask you how you want to move forward.
I'd like to see it waived.
so,
People have hard enough time paying their taxes as it is with.
And it's hard to understand.
and well, and sometimes too, if you have a parent doing your taxes and they are neglectful or forget or whatever, and you're not on top of them, and that can fall through the cracks.
You can also reduce it from the 8% too and bring it down. So you can pick a percentage too, I believe.
Pardon?
I believe there are quite a few people that probably haven't paid the April 15th date, so I would recommend you waive it too. People who get their taxes filed by outside agencies, quite often don't get it done by April 15th.
Right.
And I don't think you should penalize those people because their tax preparer is late.
I agree.
Also, the people pay their federal income tax that extra day late because Patriots Day and so you're almost automatically having a lot of people that are filing today as opposed to Saturday or whatever.
Today was the deadline.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but it says 15.
Also, so, some people are on extension,
Yeah,
so you don't have to pay your taxes, but you still have to file the.
Right.
And that could be somewhat of a confusing thing as well.
Yeah, as Rich said, they don't make it easy to understand.
No, I don't make it easy.
So somebody want to make a motion that we waive the penalty?
I'll make a motion to waive that the town waives the penalty for filing the homestead paperwork.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay. Kim, you have anything else?
No, that's all I have.
For sure.
Yep. Maybe
What
later.
about the incident, you know, with the dog and the cops? Did you do any further research with that?
Yes, and that's
And
all,
maybe some of the board members don't know, you might want to explain. Because we had that bill for what, $1,200 or something?
well, that hasn't been resolved yet. Yes, the sheriff's department, between 2 health visits and another dog issue of unlicensed dog, we got a bill for $1,900 from the sheriff's department for their services. Bill and I did talk to Mark Anderson. He's taken another look. I wanted more detail on the invoice they sent because there really wasn't any names or just dates is all there was, and hours. He was gonna give me more details when he went through his records, and it would be reduced. They're having a hard time in their billing department because this is such a new program, the animal control. It's a brand new program to them, and there's a few towns, Guilford is about ready to sign on to them. So we talked to him a little bit. He threw out a figure of about $2,200 it would cost us to have an animal control officer cover us for a complete year. And that would be services that we could call at any time. They'll take over dog licensed, dogs that are unlicensed, dogs that need to be licensed, dog bites, most all dog complaints, taking dogs to the pounds. The only thing they don't is like a nuisance of a dog barking. If there's a rabid animal, the citizens would actually call the animal control, and even if it's like a skunk and it's not an actual dog, they would then contact the forest department, and they would come, the forest rangers, and they would take care of it. So there isn't any real middleman in there. So right now, their attorney has drawn up a contract for us to take a look at, to take on their services. We've talked to Mike. Mike's fine with the whole thing, Mike Waysville, our constable. Talked to Rich. Rich thought it was a pretty good idea.
My only, was that more like a retainer or was that the actual?
Supposedly that's the actual. And that's what I want to see the contract.
I think we should see the contract.
Because, I mean, it's just like 19 compared to what you want.
Right,
to do for
exactly.
one incident, but supposedly.
Maybe they
that's what it
put
is.
the 1,900 toward the contract. I mean, Kim, in your experience, do we have nearly $200 worth of this kind of activity on a monthly basis?
No.
And, you know, I don't think we're quite satisfied with the return we get on the $450 we spend every month with the sheriff anyway. So maybe this gives us an opportunity to really have some good negotiation with the sheriff about what value the town gets.
And the price that they grant you too is, they prorate it with the population of the town, the size of the town, and how many are enrolled. The more they get enrolled, the easier it is for the rest of the towns to join. I'm thinking after the few incidents we've had in the last 3 weeks, I think it would be great to have that service.
Things are changing in town and they get more and more of this happening, so it's something we need to take a look at. And I just wanted Kim to explain it so everybody would
Yeah,
understand.
that's great. I agree with Rich. I think we ought to take a look at the contract. And you know, the dog issue is starting to be a bit of a buzz in town anyway.
It is.
So maybe this also presents an opportunity for us to talk about that as well.
Anything else, Kim?
Nope.
Okay. Hinkley Cooperman, John, I know you have something. You want to do that first?
Yeah, this is kind of Bill's thing, but he's not here tonight, so I will try to explain as much as I know to you. This kind of come out of nowhere. we had a development meeting on, Bob Blunden's pole barn. And his engineer was here, was Morris Root, I think his name was. And somewhere during the night, talking about different things, we mentioned that we were looking maybe for an engineer for a project here in town. And he asked where it was, and that was it. Nothing else happened. Well, the next morning, we got back from him a 2-page email of what he'd done that night on Pat Cooperman's project up here. And he went into quite detail, and what he came up with at that time was that the culvert that goes across Middletown was making the water go faster, and that was some of the problem there. But he would like to go and do some more research on it. And up to this point now, it didn't cost nothing. He did this for nothing. But to go further, he would like a video taken of Hinkley Brook. And he would like to see that video, and then he would come up with a price of how much it would cost to determine what, do to engineer that up by Pat. And so we contacted the landowners, Dorothy and Pat, and asked them if we could go on their land to take the video. And then we stopped. We haven't gone any further. That's why it's here. Bill and myself would like permission from the board to go that one step further. Not spend any money, just to make the video and have him propose what it would cost to do the rest. He was, I questioned it when he was doing the project out here. I didn't think he was any good at all. And he was very good in his presentation of not even being asked. So if we could get your approval, we would continue on with it. And I'd like Rick to jump back into it too. He left you out of it, but it was,
No, I would like to.
it was just something that happened
Yeah.
all of a sudden. And
Yeah.
I think that maybe some solutions to your problem, Pat. And the other thing I mentioned, I wanted you and Dorothy or any other landowners involved from the beginning when we take the video. So, and afterwards, too. So that's what I know.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
An opportunity.
Sure.
so do we need a motion here or just an okay? How do you feel?
Well, we're not gonna spend any money. We'll come back again
Okay.
when we find out how much it is. So then maybe you wanna make a motion at that time.
Yeah, so the consensus of the board is to proceed with the video and go on the land?
And
Okay.
John, you said that Patrick and Dottie said it was okay to go on there.
Yes.
And when you think about taking it into consideration, other landowners, are you thinking about others who applied for that?
I don't know, there really isn't any other landowners right in that area, just those two.
Just those two. Yeah, I think it's a wonderful
And
opportunity.
they both expressed interest that they would like to be
Yeah.
involved, which I think is a good idea.
One thing, I just, in the minutes, I would just, let it know that it's okay.
Consensus of the board.
Anything else? Pat, you have anything?
No, I'm not
Copy?
sure that. Rick?
Dottie, you have anything to say? No?
We want to have an opportunity to get dressed up for that video.
Okay, we move to committee reports. John, it's nothing on the cemeteries, right? I did you do?
Well, the only thing, I tried to contact Ivor.
I talked to Ivor, and he said they're gonna start this month.
Well, we're supposed to start April 1st.
Well, yeah, but,
I mean, we're in the third week of April, so. And I couldn't find it today, and I was gonna ask him if he'd start.
well, you and I'll talk him down.
I do know that, I've had a couple of requests already. Austin's been in my office twice for selling lots and arranging a couple burials. And I've let, Ben and Hennessy know to contact Austin directly, gave him all his contact info, so everybody's really happy and on the same page.
Good. And, this year, we harvested all the flags, and they're stored in a plastic box at the town garage, so that we won't have to buy as many flags this year. And most of the flags are in very good shapes. Highway,
I don't have, the only thing, I have not heard any more on the right of ways, so I don't. Other than that, I don't have any.
well, I know the Parks Committee's here because they're here in full force, so go ahead. Who's ever gonna be the lead here?
Well, all three of us are here. I'll start out, just wanted to give a quick update, after the completion of the logging in the park proper, the three of us have, walked all of the trails, made sure that if there are any logging debris, any brush, any other spring, cleanup items. Our objective is to get the park open for public use as soon as possible. The, things that we have left to do, a lot of the marked trees, came down as part of the logging process or are missing the metal tags. We were in the process of switching over from nailed tags to painted blazes, and with the warmer weather, we'll be able to get out and finish remarking all of the existing trails that are in the map for the park. The logging activity that will be, or the longview activity, I'm gonna let Al address, he was in the park on Friday and went through with that, the exit conditions that are contractually obligated. But in general, the trails in the park are cleared. We'll remark them in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then it'll be a question of when we can, safely get everyone back in, take the trails closed sign down. As far as just in general communicating that, we'd like to have an article in the May Grafton News that updates so everyone knows what the status of the park is given the spring weather. There was a summary that Tim Morton had provided to Bill and I think shared in the town. It's our volunteer recommendation that information be made available, perhaps in the context of a Grafton News article. And we're ready to draft something. We wanted to wait till after this meeting and Al's meeting just to get more information before we perhaps suggest that. And then quickly on the recreational trail program, which is our next attempt to solicit outside funding for some of the things we want to do. The full application has not been released yet. We've been kind of spoon-fed some things that will get us primed, but I think it's premature to discuss it in detail. However, since it's a federally funded grant, different than the state grants that we applied for last year, it's a cost shared grant. There's 20% cost share, which can be cash or work in kind. The maximum grant amount is $30,000, which we'll have no problem adding up to. But because it's a reimbursement grant, the money for the total project cost has to be evidenced by the applicant. In this case, would be the town of Grafton. We would have to show that we could put out up to $36,000 in this case prior to being reimbursed against invoice. What we don't know is whether we can get progress invoices or whether the project has to be completed for the full amount before we can get reimbursed. Those details we expect to clarify once the application is out and we get a chance to look through the details. I think what I would just like to say, we would like to try and get together with the Parks Subcommittee at some point in the next 2 or 3 weeks to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what the RTP grant application entails and can discuss in detail so we know exactly what the select board, what we would ask the select board through the Parks Committee to approve so that we can pursue that grant.
That's fine. Just give us some notice when you want to have the meeting.
Sure.
And there is, there is 17,500 in the parks account. So there's money there to pay if we have to, if you get the award and the town share, and obviously some of it would be in kind, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would be our intention. They will value in kind. Nothing that we've already done can be counted towards the contribution to the grant. But I should thank you. One of the things that we anticipate when the park reopens for walking is it will only be walking off of Fire Pond Road. We want to keep the parking area and the access road clear of any traffic. It's too soft up in there, but we would hope that some of that money might be allocated for some of the gravel and completion of the parking areas that can be made available, understanding that the priorities that Danny's working towards doesn't make it, imminent, but we'd like to at least have it in the work plan if an opportunity comes up to do some of that.
I mean, I can't speak for the board, but I mean, I'm sure that they can express their opinions, and to me, that money is there to be used for the park, so I guess it would be, I don't know how much gravel is needed and what the cost is gonna be, but that'd be something you can determine.
Yeah, so how are you gonna do that? Just figure out the cost of the materials, or are we figuring as if it was a project with the man hours and everything, equipment hours, or just materials?
I think just, I don't know, just materials, I would think, but that's what for me.
If you guys wanna meet up there sometime and we can mark out the size, because I know it looks huge here now, but I don't think that was their original intent for the parking lot to be that big. So we can mark that out, and I can figure out yardage and give you guys an idea roughly on what that would cost.
Sounds fine. You want to talk about your meeting on Friday? Please?
Well, before I do that, if we were to get successful on the grant, we envision the work, which won't be until next season, not this summer, to 2023 rather than 2022. But we envision the materials for that work coming to that parking lot. So in the sequence of events, to have that parking lot gravelled so that other trucks bringing in SurePack or materials, if we get to build a lead to, those sorts of things, that's a kind of important to our plan if we get the grant. But as far as the meeting Friday, met with Tim Morton, the forester, and Mike King, who's the kind of operations person for Longview, and the operator that will run that excavator to do the work. We walked all the trails. We identified all the areas that Tim wanted water bars, or some of them will be water bars, some of them will just be a spot to collect water, just to slow it down. But we went through with all of that, and it was really good to have an operator there so he could see what Tim wanted. He flagged it. May or may not help that I happen to know the operator. I said, well, when you come and do this, you let me know. I'll bring my saw and cut stuff. I'd rather have you working the machine and not getting off running the chainsaw on the saw, and you can be more efficient with your machine. So that's the plan for that to happen. They evaluated how much moisture is in the soil currently, and they think, it's a guess based on what the weather's going to do in the next little bit. But as it's dried so far, they're looking at giving it another 2, maybe 3 weeks of drying before they come in. And then they estimate 2 days to do all the work that they want to do, which is part of the contract of the sale in order for them to get their bond back. So I think that all lines up well with getting that, assuming the weather cooperates, getting that done so that we can open the park by Memorial Day. What we're hoping for.
I think so. It's exciting. Anybody have any questions of Alan or Mike?
Would we go so far as to predict that it might be open in Memorial Day in the Grafton News article, or are we holding off on that a little bit?
We debated that, Suzanne, and if the park, or if the logging restoration work can't be completed, we won't know exactly when, but we're kind of thinking that we would like to have it open, even if we have to, walk in and flag people off for a couple days while the operator is in there. but we're just gonna kind of wait, and I think we'll just,
That makes
we'll
sense.
suggest something. It would be great to be able to do that, but, whether we open it and close it again, or it gets a little bit, complicated.
Understood, thank you.
Any other questions for the committee?
Oh, thank you for all your work.
Yeah, it's great. Okay, personnel committee, is there anything?
I think Monday we're setting up appointments for reviews, quarterly reviews with Bill and Danny, and possibly on
You're thinking of the comp.
the comp time and overtime with Kim and possibly with Michelle on Monday. That's it.
Okay. Who's gonna do the building?
I have a little blurb here. We had Brent come in last Friday to meet with Bill and I, and he went out back with Bill. Brent did mark on the side of the wall for the disconnects. So then Bill emailed Gus, and Gus said he'd try and make it in late this week, by the end of the week. And that'll fit into Brent's schedule. He has some heat pumps, but he doesn't have them all. But he could, if he really wanted to, after Gus does his disconnects, he could hook up this one here and one for the post office. He would like to do them all three at the same time, but if he wanted two of them hooked up right off, he could work on trying to get that done.
Was there any indication whether the other one would be?
It could be about 3 more weeks for the others, so. Bill made it sound like it'd be nice if we could get this one and the post office at least done and taken care of after the disconnect.
Cost individual money, do it.
I don't think so. He's just another visit to do that on time.
No, it'd be nice to get at least a post office on, up here.
I think it'd be good to get it done. We never know when things are gonna arrive
Exactly.
these days.
Yeah, do it now in case something happens 3 weeks from now.
So,
We have an agreement here that, you'll agree copy of. This is an agreement, with Green Mountain Power to do the, underground for the, upgrade of the service for the town hall that needs to be approved. We all have to sign this, little wonderful thing.
I've received and recorded already the easement deed from Green Mountain Power to the Wyndham Foundation, and the Wyndham Foundation gave the Green Mountain Power. Then Bill did one from Wyndham Foundation to the town of Grafton to come across.
Right.
So those both have already been recorded and filed and taken care of. So now it's just a matter of signing the agreement of $5,346.98.
We need a motion.
We do.
So,
I second that.
Okay, any other discussion?
now just refresh my memory. Is this cost gonna be associated with the building project, so it's gonna be covered by ARPA funding?
Yes.
Bill says yes, we'll just include that in with the ARPA, because it's kind of one of the driving forces why we need it, even though we've needed it for quite a few years. It's been recommended, but we just haven't done it.
You have the original?
Yep.
All right, so if we have no other discussions, all in favor?
I just wanted to add, when GMP came, he scoped out where everything was gonna be hooked up, and he was very, very thorough, and I think he came back, right?
Yep, he's been back twice now, actually, with the deeds and, with the easements. And he also was here when Russell was here, so I think, Russell will probably do the digging, and he's familiar with what lines are there of the Wyndham Foundations too.
So he's done a lot of homework.
So we need a motion, so we have a motion, so any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Opposed? Okay. Wastewater, Bill and I spent, half an hour, 45 minutes with, Lynette There's more paperwork, believe it or not, that had to be done. And so we got that all resolved, and it's, the contract for time bond has to match the contract with the state or the feds. And so we went over that, and there were some corrections there, and so only thing I can tell you that it's moving along. And she's, time bond said that they hope to get started as soon as all the paperwork has been filed, so that's where that stands. You got that, Noah, I think. Okay,
Bill,
yes,
just a clarification, under the Parks Committee on the agenda, it says John Gregory's gonna talk about drainage. Is that the drainage that you already talked about, or was there something specific to the park? Did that drainage discussion just get put in the wrong place on the agenda?
No, it didn't. I didn't bring anything up on it because I just went over it when you said that, Longview and them were coming back and fix everything up there, because I've been concerned all winter because there's been more water come out of the old entrance of the town park than it ever's come out of there. And it came down and created a pond behind the church. Water went in the church, it overflowed, it went down and went down to Hackman's like that, which it hasn't done for a long time. And I walked up there and took a look, and Danny went up with Mike, and I talked with Danny about it, and he told me, they're gonna put in some water barriers and stuff like that. That was the only thing.
We looked specifically for that when we were there, and I want to comment on this. There's places you can see on the skid roads where water moved during that storm. But you don't see a steady path of it from there and down to that area that you're talking about. You know, you see it go and then it'll kind of spread out and filter out. I mean, obviously there's water coming from there and water, they didn't have water bars in because it was all frozen. But I don't think the whole issue is that. I think some of it is that ditch that we have on the uphill side of the road in the parking area, the access road in the parking area. So I think part of the grading would also include kind of that finished grading of the parking lot, which we may be also able to make some improvements in water flow at that time. So I think the two things need to be done, but definitely it's going to get the one done by Longview right now.
okay. As long as when we're doing this, Danny, you know, the parking lot, that we make sure that the water is going where it's supposed to be going, not.
There's one more crossing, culvert crossing to go in, but we waited until the logging is done. That will get half of the water that's up there.
I just think it's important that we keep track of that.
All the water comes down, always has come down. Right now, it's all coming in one spot. So once the culvert's put in and they get their water barriers done, it should spread that flow of water back across the area up there, so it's not just a stream.
And where is that culvert gonna go?
It would be actually right where the parking itself begins, when you get right in there.
On Fire Pond Road?
No, on the entrance of the park itself.
On the park itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have any other business?
Mr. Chair, I was just thinking, since the issue about the noise abatement, that was the topic of the Act 250 hearing, came up late this week. I was wondering if you and John have heard anything about the hearing recess order. Has there been any action taken by the Act 250 people about that? Have they reached a ruling?
Did they reach a rule, didn't it?
I don't know, I would get it.
Could we ask Bill to please look into
Well,
that?
I think there was something from the state a month ago or so.
You two would have received it.
Okay, well, I'll
I
look
haven't
into
received
it.
If you would kindly
Yeah.
ask Bill to get the status of that, either
Yeah.
from the commissioner or Mayor Grant Frondike, that would be
Yeah,
great.
and if there is, I'll have him submitted to the
Well,
board.
you're talking about the actual operation of,
Yeah,
because that's been all okay, right?
that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think so.
And I thought I saw it come down.
It's been okay, when I refilled it
Yeah,
Yeah.
about
So-
a month ago.
I remember reading that a couple of months back, so we'll look into it and we'll dig it out and send it again, so everybody knows. Any other business? Public comment? If not, the next regular meeting, is Monday, May 7th, here at 6 P.M. Motion to adjourn? Who made the motion? Who seconded it?
I'll say.
Dan made it, and who seconded it? Rich seconded it.
I'll say Kathy did.
Okay, all in favor, aye? Thank you, everybody.
All right. Anybody else?
What? He sent out those, and he said that he was removed the portion about the food. I just wanted to, because I said, well,
He has all of this.
Suzanne?
yes, blah, blah, blah. His husband is
So when they give you some dates, I don't know how you schedule it. I get kind of busy, so. I
I thought Grafton.
I mean, I could, almost like.
What's the best time?
There is no best time. The best time is late afternoon, about 4:30. Or we do it early in the morning. Just in the middle of the day, it's hard.
Let's agree to really right.
I'll put it down.
Okay, that's.
I really tried to run it around and find out. Or he said just to trust it if you want time, when you can research it. I just thought it's really different. But yeah, when we put it together, it's possible that.
When do you all have? I'm gonna try to get a schedule for you.
Just take that sticky off it.